All right, because damn, this camera is so ugly looking. So I guess this is day two of the VAPI build challenge. Day two of me building something for the VAPI build challenge. If you don't know what it is, let me share my screen. This is a little voice agent hackathon VAPI is doing. So just continue off where I left off before. And yeah, I mean nobody's here, so kind of introducing myself to nobody, but whatever. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I was supposed to start this way earlier, but I got lazy again. I really need to fix my procrastination. But I guess right now what I'm gonna do is that I want to build a LinkedIn post of the overviewing what did yesterday and talking about what I'm gonna do today. And I want to share a link to a WhatsApp group that I'm a part of that I run. And then yeah, that's it. And then I'm gonna start into the whole build. Mm, mm. So let's go notes. Mm, let's go to notes. Let's go to post writing, LinkedIn, Diary 8. Mm, Diary 9. So day 2. Bro, I'm so fucking lazy. If you haven't you didn't see my previous, you didn't see my day. This is day 2. I'm so lazy. This is day 2. Day 2 of me building for the VAPI build challenge. Blah 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 blah. The stage of me building for the VAPI build challenge. Previously, damn, my brain is complete brain fart right now. Yesterday, if you haven't seen day 2. What's that word? Building out all the prompts for the AI assistants. That will be for taking a script, taking a transcript from the meeting. And turning that into a voice prompt structured in the structured in the way I usually For today, it's work. Today, it's to work. And one build the automation that actually takes transcripts from my meetings, puts it through all the AI agents created for helping me craft my prompt. And then connecting that to VAPI MCP to simply add that agent directly in VAPI. After that, the goal will be clean up it to make the prompts it builds more effective, creating a simple UI bolt where I can input the transcripts, and then working on building an automated test feature that stress tests the prompts and improves them based on its evals. Here's me building it live. If you want to check it out. Man, I'm so lazy today, bro. Oh, somebody's watching. I don't know who's watching. Sometimes I feel like I have some tab opened up of my live stream. So that one person is watching, it's technically me is watching. Oops, I might show my email. I'm getting distracted, but just looking through these 200 minutes of latency for a true human conversation, or is it 7 incorrect? Alright, anyways, I'm gonna get the post. I should add a video of what I've done, but I already started the live stream, so I'm not gonna do that. For the next one, I'll create a video. Then build a VAPI challenge 4 days ago. Ooh, damn. God damn, this is gonna be fucking hard to fucking compete with. In progress to that part, fast API. Too much, I don't even know what this means, but I feel like this is gonna be fucking hard to compete with. He's still on his first step though, so maybe he doesn't finish in time. Maybe like this too. Mm, okay, and let me make a post. No, I didn't want to make a post. I wanted to copy something from my old post. Mm, yeah, I'm so lazy. I just want to make it a short URL. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I don't know. I hate how that looks. Oh, I have so many tabs open. Why? No. Short URL. Short URL. Short URL. Copy. Mm. Mm. So, but yeah, so day one. Today I want to day one. For day one, I first of all, what I accomplished was building all the prompts with AI. My goal. Hey, I'm putting here. Uh, and of day one, day one, me building a VAPI project for the VAPI build challenge. VAPI build challenge. Oh, so lazy. Um. Do 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 do. Bruh. This is when it happens when you start your day shit. You feel so damn lazy. I'm gonna put this in AI and have AI improve my shit writing. I don't know. I don't do this. I was putting. Let me see. Improve on this a bit. Don't expand on it. Just don't expand on it a bit. Just make it a bit Just make it written a bit better. It's a LinkedIn post. But I'm so happy with AI. It makes it so much easier to write because I can just write like some bullshit, ugly rough draft, and then AI will help me improve that. It can't. It's shit at writing from if you just give it. If you just tell it to write a story, it can't write for shit. But it's good for like improving on existing flow to extent. But not anything excessive. But if you give it like a really good existing flow, then it can improve your writing by a decent amount. At least I think it improves my writing. Mm, it is. Mm, mm. spent my time building up the full project with AI assistants. These projects are in the front. For the AI assistants are going to help me automate. So these prompts are designed to take transcripts from client meetings and turn them to fully structured voice-aided for the form I typically use. Today's goal, I'm putting to one. Actually takes and to five. You actually me what to check. Check out me live option here. And here's what I do. If you want to check it out, if you want to check it out, I don't really care. Okay, and this should be good. Let me go to my LinkedIn. Let me copy this. Oops. Here's blah 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 blah. All right, post that. So. Oh, bruh. Damn. Man, I'm so lazy. Okay. Then let me quickly make a WhatsApp, I guess a WhatsApp message to post, send. Day to me again. He's doing. Why is it doing any code? Doing any code? Everybody's coding. Darn. So let me. Yeah, I really. You guys to build something challenge. Here's a link to the challenge to the page. Some more info about it. Okay, there. And let me put the link here. Did I actually put the right link? Let me see if I actually put the right link actually. Let me copy that. Also, let me check if I put the right link. Not the right link. I need to type in. Should I do live stream? This blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Let me just put this improve the grammar here. Even though this is so basic, I just want to improve the grammar. Improve grammar. Ah, no. Oops. Improve the grammar of a YouTube link. Improve the grammar. Sharing. Day 2. What was I gonna fucking do? I don't know if I can say that word. Hopefully, I can. What was I gonna do? Yeah, to the Telegram. Yep. Let me send this here. Okay. Yeah, just saying something to my WhatsApp real quick, and then it's gonna be time to start the build. What time is it? 6:49. So pretty much I'm gonna be starting at 7. Let's see. Telegram. Save. Did I not send? What the fuck? Did I not send it? Stop sharing. No, that's fucking damn send it. Got messages on it, I think. Telegram. Okay, bet. No. Like what? WhatsApp. Okay. Okay. Send that here. All right, now it's time to start. Finally. Okay. Share my screen. Okay, where am I gonna start off with? Let me go to notes. Or let me go to where's the empty document? Okay. Hmm. Day 2. From let's say 7 to 10, even though I should finish it a lot faster. Building out prompt automation. VAPI MCP. 3. Building out test future. Test future, and then ooh, actually 10 to 4, then 4 to 7, building out, let's see, prompt. No, not building out, but clean up prompt, fine tuning prompt, and building building it out. Web page, not web page, or front or whatever. So I have that. I have that one last, even though technically it should be the second one because this one isn't really that important. The main one is the actual future, the features here, where the prompt automation, the automated testing that I need built out. All right, so let's see, where should I start? So I'll start with NAN. So what I'll have is I have a webhook where this is where I can call for API call. So webhook. For now we do tests. Method should it be what the method should be? Yeah, it should be post, right? Hmm. Phone immediately. So what should I have? Should I do a whole flow? Should I do a whole flow or should I think? Trying to think. Let me see. OpenAI. Trying to think how I should flow this out. Um, so let me see if I want to update assistant and edit credentials. Let me get my API key. Let me not share. I'm get my API key. So and these emojis are funny as fuck. I don't think I should be saying. Look at this one. All right. So yeah, I need my API key. Let me sign in here. OpenAI. OpenAI API key. Where's the API keys? Okay. Let me not share my name for a second. All right. VAPI challenge. Default project. Create secret key. Copy. Ooh. Put it here. Base URL. Save. No. So what I'm trying to think of is how will I kind of build out this kind of flow. That's the first thing. Because what I want to do is that I'm gonna have I have multiple OpenAI assistants. I have multiple. If I go back to OpenAI, I have multiple. Let's say I have multiple different assistants. Each one or it's supposed. I have a classifier that's supposed to classify what type of voice agent the client wants. And then I have an agent for each section I want to kind of build out. And I did it that way instead of having one agent because I feel like the AI would be more effective at propping that specific section if its sole role is to kind of do that. So that's what I have. So now I'm thinking of how should I build the flow because I wonder if there's a simple way. Because I think the first idea that comes to my mind is that I have a flow. So I have a flow that adds a transcript and the transcript to the transcript to the AI agent's context, and then I'll have it trigger and run a I'll have it trigger it, and then it'll give an output. It'll give the output or generate the prompt based on that transcript. Now, the thing is, do I have to make a flow or make a model for each one of those sections or each one of my assistants? Or can I just have like one central AI assistant that can figure out which, I guess, AI agent to use check it out, run the output, and then do the next one or something. So let me see. How should I build out this flow? Okay, I can do expression. Okay, maybe that's what I should do. I can do expression. Um, let's see. So I can do an expression. Hmm. Well, the only thing is that I want to run this multiple times. Always execute once, output data. Hmm. Hmm. Retry fail. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see if I can do an AI assistant. All right, let me AI agent. Hmm. Hmm. I guess I'll just make a complicated flow. I delete this. How the fuck do I delete it? How do I delete this? Okay, delete. Yeah, I think that's what just gonna do is I'm just gonna do open update assistant, and then what's it called? OpenAI and create assistant message. And what's happened here is that for each assistant, I'll update it with the client's the meeting's transcript, and then I'll send then I'll send a message to the assistant to actually generate the prompt section I want. So let's see, OpenAI assistant. Mm, Map the assistant, not expression. Fuck that. Um, by from list. Okay, four seasons. Type class. Sorry. All right. Okay, then you have, let me see what you have. Name, model, output, instructions, description. So I want to update the instructions. Hey, I want it to be, do I need it to be expression? Yeah, let me just do an expression. Um, oops. Actually, so the first one I do not need to I don't think I need to update no, I should. Yeah, this be the voice agent classifier. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this prompt, and what I'll so I can feed it what's it called? I can feed it the transcript value, and I can add that dynamic value in all these prompts. But for right now, what's gonna happen is that for every it's gonna have a different transcript, a dynamic transcript in here. So let me remove that now. Actually, I want to do something. I'll do it later. Um, I'm trying to find the transcript and remove that from here. Subtype, clues, well, okay, here. Output, assistant. Now OpenAI. The message assistant. Oh, but I feel like I'm so damn out of energy. I'm feeling so damn lazy today. But that's what happens when you start your day off like chilling. It's incredibly hard to get into work mode. Okay, now I want to do voice agent type classifier. What is it? Look for input field call which input is coming from. No, you don't have to just define. Yeah, just define below. Create. I'll ask it what type of voice agent is a client? Is a client looking to build? And then I should be able to just use a thread ID, and I can take that from the out. Hopefully, I'm able to take that from the previous. No, I'll create a new thread ID, but if this is empty, does it create its own thread ID? Let me see. Okay, new thread will be created. So that's, yeah, and that's all I need from here. And it's just the same flow again. What the? Oops. That's cool. Does that loop it? Does that loop if I do that? That's weird. But that's not what I wanted. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. All right, OpenAI. Create an assistant. Okay, assistant. Choose. Ooh, I wish there was a way I could do it in one flow, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if N8 does anything like looping stuff or anything. Allows you to write any custom looping rules. Let's see. What was the next section? Is the role section? How much time has it been yet? 39 minutes. Ooh. All right. All right. Instructions. Not to remove. I should just remove the transcript right away before copy and pasting it. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay. I don't need to remove that. Let me just remove this whole thing. Ooh. Transcript. You know what's the cool part of doing live stream? Is that now I have hours of data of me talking, and I can take that and I can train an AI on that pretty much. Mm, transcript. Mm, mm. I'm gonna put something video on. Let's see. I wanted to watch this video. So, a client sent me this video because he thought it was. Hmm. Mhm. What are you doing? That's true. The only point about that is that, like, if you're, let's say, if you're the issue I face when it comes to testing assistants is like you don't. It's hard to know how what people will say. It's hard to know when people what people will see if you don't know the business. It's hard to know how people will interact with AI. That's why I feel like usually the client should be a big part of testing the voice agent. And I feel like clients never act. I feel like they rarely actually just test the agent. They always just test for like basic functionality, like can it do this basic functionality? But they rarely ever try to like I guess really stress test it, like put it in action, to really challenge it. And I feel like this is what most people when I do most people do with AI. Like for example, even when a client says, "Can you show me an AI you built so I can call it and test it?" They always do the most like basic stuff. I'm like, how do you really know how good the AI agent if you just like well, how do you know how good the AI agent I built is when you're just asking it like the most like basic stuff? You're not really challenging. You're not really treating it like a human conversation. Um, yeah. So I think my point is pretty much it's not easy to manually test a voice agent. You're not gonna sometimes the best way is to put it in production and see how people interact with it. And then you can really make changes to it. Mm. So much update it as you have it in line in prod or live, which is I know in hindsight, having the agent mess up in production is not ideal, but it's like you're never gonna really know how good that thing is until you see how people actually interact with it. Okay, and what was I gonna do? I was gonna do did I do row section? No, I didn't do row section. Define below. Mm. And now I will actually add third ID there when I actually start when I run it and get the third ID. But I have to run it first. What was I want? Yeah, I was here. No, what's this? No, it's not what I was want to watch. Yeah, here. Yeah, that's what I think the point you was making was interesting. I think you were saying that somebody was just messing with the voice agent. They weren't actual client or customer. They was messing with the voice agent. And sometimes that's what I do. That's the thing I put in my prompt is that if it seems like the user is just messing with you, like if they're saying things off topic or not interacting with you, or they're asking like weird, very weird questions, just let them know like before, like first act like a human would be and be confused, and then if they keep asking and say like, hey, if you're not interested in blah blah blah, again the call, and then they keep messing up, you can just end the call. I don't see a lot of people have that inside the prompts. Like if you start messing with the AI, you can start messing it for like 10 or whatever minutes, and the AI will just go completely off topic because people never for some reason people never put anything like that to make sure the AI kind of stays on topic. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Oh my god, these chips that you know make me a little sick, but like you said, I want something to be eating while I'm working. That helps me focus. I should have gotten berries though. There's no like unhealthy chips. Yeah. Mm. I did not know that. I did not know that Lane Foods does that. I might have to integrate I might integrate with Lane Foods and the promise stuff. I didn't know Lane Foods did that. That is great. That is amazing. I did not know that. That is amazing. I'm happy to see any questions to you. Thank you. month? Mm. I wonder if the pricing is actually worth it. Let me see. I wonder if the pricing is actually worth it for these tools. Hmm. Hmm. I'm never that big of a fan of any of these AI testing tools. I don't think. I mean, I won't say I'm not a fan. If I think they're nice, but if you have to pay $200, $300 for a testing, I mean, you can probably do build something out with VAP. I mean, what VAPI is offering, they offer it for pretty much free. Mm, mythical, tickle. What the fuck? I need to start saying that word for YouTube. Fucking bans me. Hopefully not. And then what was the other? Let me see. What was the other one he mentioned? Sapari, Sakari AI. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I like their UI. This is simple and nice. So score 20%, score 9. I like that. I like that they give a score. What's the oh you have to try it. I don't really care enough to try it myself. What's the pricing? He said it was $200 a month or something. Alright, who cares? Um, let's continue. I already ate enough of this shit. These are making me sick. I have bananas, so let me eat the bananas. And I'll probably have oatmeal later. Uh, let me put something else on. Get me distracted. Mm. Mm. This Asian book, 90% of law forms. I shouldn't get too distracted, but this is blah 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 blah. Not a sales guy. Sound good. Let me see how he does his prompt. People choose and call. That's nice. A sample request payload. See summary. It's cool. Checkability. Instruction guidelines. Errors. Hmm. Let me see. Sorry, getting a little distracted, but I wanna listen to this. It's so loud. What's it talking? Is it 'cause I'm loud or is it that thing is ne yeah, that's good. But the funny thing is, outside of it being kind of I don't know if it was just my audio or something, outside of being kinda loud, the little funny thing I found, I feel like AI does sometimes. Like, that response there, like, "Thank you for explaining it," sounds like is I feel like it's such a like, a unhuman response, and it's such a AI way to say things, because I feel like a human might acknowledge it, but I feel like, the way the part where it says, "It sounds like you want to ensure everything is accurate and protect your rights in the process," I feel like it wouldn't repeat that, like, I feel like it's saying the AI will say things that are unnecessary, like, it likes to ramble. I feel like likes the ramp, but I think a human would just say, "Okay, thank you for explaining that. We could schedule a conversation with one of our attorneys so you can make sure that you you need if you make sure if you need legal preparation or not." It would say something like that. It wouldn't say something like "Thank you for explaining." It sounds like you want to. I think it's re-clarifying when it doesn't need to re-clarify. So I mean that's one thing, but yeah. But these are the type of things that voice agents are really good at. It's like basic Q&A stuff because it's less. It doesn't have to be super conversational. There's not much. It doesn't have to do much. It's not answering. It didn't have to answer her issues during the call. It didn't have to understand anything about how the law worked. It just needed to book her in. Just need to need to see what her issue is and say, hey, you can book in the call, and that's it. A great use case for voice AI. Anyways, um, oh, it's been an hour. Let me exhale this one and let me put this on. So this guy's saying why replace make it. And this one looks sounds. Mm, you need self help? Yeah. Which is true. Like, sometimes the point of NA make NA is to make things simple. I feel sometimes you're building something and then you're trying to be very specific, especially when you're trying to transform data. Like you're trying to try to take something out, pull something out of a certain format, or you're trying to transform it to a different format. Um, where you're using a JSON and that has like curly brackets inside. It has like other types of formats inside it. Annoying to do something and make it innate sometimes. Mhm. 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 Oh, yeah, right. I was kind of agreeing with him while specifically using NAN. I was actually agreeing with that, which is funny because I'm using NAN right now. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with him. I think the reason why I use N8 for this is because, I mean, it's perfectly easy to use N8 for this, and I could have just done code, but I don't know. I could have done code. I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like I could since I could do it in NAN and didn't really need to write code. I was like, why go for the hassle of writing code when I can just do this in no code. And there's no since it's just making API calls and it has an OpenAI model. There's no much. It's not much difficulties with this. So yeah. Yeah, I think that so I think the issue too, because he was using Gronk a lot. And I feel like as before I mentioned this earlier, it's kind of annoying to kind of transform data in when using these make and it 'cause they have specific rules and regrets and all regex and all that stuff that you need to kind of understand. And again, compared to if you're just coding, you can just tell code, "Hey, can you transform the data like this?" And it can easily write code to transform the data. So yeah. Mm, mm. Oh. Wonder how he's gonna deploy this thing. Because what I use is I always use Replit because it's so easy to deploy it. I wonder what he's gonna use to deploy it. I don't need to watch the whole thing because it's a cut and drill. What's this? Oh, that's nice. Ooh, super nice. Because AI can technically do that, but it's not gonna always be 100% accurate. So using something like this recurrent to kind of, to have the like, a logic that's gonna be accurate, like, 100% of the time is cool. Anyways, I need to get, cursor so I can even because I can even run, Jimbo commands. Nice. That's cool. Mm, I'm waiting for that yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an issue. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I was also thinking. Since you can self-host NA also, because you mentioned the cost when it comes to make, which I don't think if you can self-host NA, it doesn't come an issue. How does render compare to hosting with Replit, or have you tried hosting hosting with Replit? That's what Replit, right? Oh, Garrus, I think he knows what I'm talking about. But I still mention that sometimes I just do like code better again because sometimes again NA when I'm transforming data, like I said, I'm trying to transform data from one format to another format. It gets pretty it gets annoying in N8 sometimes because I don't know. So it's like for example, I was trying to put JSON in a webhook response, and then in that JSON, it had a bunch of like data. It's like I had those dynamic variables that and they you can use in innate, and it kept saying invalid JSON. And the thing is, the same JSON I use in make works perfectly fine, but in it kept saying invalid JSON. So sometimes working with the data formats and transform those data formats inside NA is such a hassle. And also can see he used a certain framework inside his code to turn natural language to structured dates. Can NA can you just install or can you install libraries inside NA and use them? I wonder how flexible its code model is. That's it. VS Code. So you can see there. It is very smooth actually. He also has like a extremely nice fucking background and a really good camera. Background. Okay, bro. It really isn't as complicated as people make it be. Oh, I see my VAPI stuff. Let me see I'm getting a little bit distracted. Let me see what time it is. Getting a little bit distracted, but at least it's educational stuff. It's probably doing Ragron. Let me see. VAPI News voice model. How to create, this guy, the most movements yet. Malleability, scratch. How I achieve. I think I already watched this. Everything like I always say, agents. I don't see what's okay. So what I want to watch is this one. Woo, 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 whoa. Mm. Even he's been talking about Slytherin. I should probably check that out. Okay, 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 I think I understand it. So I guess what it's doing is what is it doing? Actually, no, I don't get it actually. It looks like it's doing some where it's doing some type of content injection, but where is it? Is it running? I'm confused. I'm confused when he said it's different than they can call it to a vector database or whatever. Where is it running the query on? Yeah. No, not this. No, 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 no. Okay. What's up? What's up to say? We lose it. Oh, the only issue is that doesn't make an expression. Okay. I might just say not innate. I was building this thing in innate. I might actually say no innate because it's complaining about the brackets inside my code, and I do not want inside my prompt. I'm not going and clean up all the brackets inside my prompt if it's gonna sit down and complain about that crap. Um, but who cares? Who's first? What was I doing? Yeah, I'm dumb. It's still not bad. Right? 1 2 second. That's not even that bad because I mean, usually there's already a second. It's not that bad. What I think he's talking about is I think what I think he's talking about is I think I remembered him saying that Syndra does scenarios, and what scenarios are is that they pretty much the AI has multiple different prompts, and it switches in between those prompts based on the user's query or based on the user response. That's what I think he's talking about. So that allows you to put much more information. That allows you to have a separate prompt that's specifically for a knowledge base, and have another prompt that's specifically for the conversational aspect. And that might be quicker than calling. That might be a lot quicker than calling a third party vector database system, especially if you're running that if you're after doing the RAG, you're running the RAGs out that vector database output into another LM or whatever. completely wrong. Listen, this is a code demo, so I'm gonna skip through this. This is like I said, this is this is comparing the vector database implementation to the to the I think so, I'm not sure. But I can't I can't listen to the code. I can't I can't watch the demonstration because I can't see the screen. Mm, so, let's see. Just, make, 10K, 1 8K, 1 8K, seems to me, mm, view watching. Yeah, he's a lot. So they do that. They have a TTS, and it's kinda cool because and their voices are nice. That's smooth. That does sound good. Bruh, real quick, I hate how they trained this thing. When you ask it to give you to give you this in JSON, they've changed this thing to to not give you the full content. Like, I want the full content, bro. Don't cut it out. Don't cut the cut out content out, bro. Like, damn. No. Add- Oh my god. You. So the issue I'm gonna have with this is that it's gonna turn it into expressions. And now when it turns into expressions, any brackets I have here, it's gonna freaking so I kind of wasted time just putting this in NA. I should have done it in NA. Yeah, I should have done it in NA. I should have done it in Replit. Yeah, I should have done it in Replit. I'm kind of retarded. Yeah, let me just cut the code. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna redo this all in Replit. Sorry, was doing something for a bit. Let's go back. Hmm. Let's go to Replit. I think you said I have fun to making it. What if I should- what I was thinking is that instead of having the system have a dynamic variable, yeah, that's what I'm not. That's what I'm gonna change that. Instead of having have a dynamic variable, because let me see, is this an API? Let me go to API reference. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change the prompt a little bit to reply to for it to kind of for the transcript to be in the user reply, so I don't have to freaking update it every time. I should have done it in the first place, but I was way too lazy to do that. um, so the user will message you. The user will message you. The thing is, I don't think I need to send the transcript every single time. I'm gonna try. I don't think I need to send it. I don't think I need to. Let me try without sending the transcript every single time. It's gonna roll. This thing still has the transcript updated. Let me run this thing so it doesn't. So it removes all the whole value from everything. I think VAPI can do the number. Yeah. Yes, definitely. Ooh, yes. Me too. You know what I'm doing, I'm just updating my whole prompts to instead of looking at the transcript and notes inside the system, I'm to have it look at everything that's in the above history. So it's all using the same thread ID. Near Sesame. Mm, never heard that. That's interesting. Ooh, why do you sound like that? What was it? Is it a YouTube video or no? I watched it on YouTube. I realized that I'm still doing NA. I'm no, I'm not no. My brain is fried because I was working tonight. So all the because one, I started my day off lazy. Two, I was just doing this for 10 straight hours. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove the update assistant part, and I just need the message assistant part. Yeah, because what I was doing before was I was saying that I was having a transcript in every single prompt, every assistant. But the thing is, the assistant has conversation history, so it should be able to go look at the transcript that was already sent, and then understand. I mean, understand that hopefully, and understand how to build a prompt. But we'll see. So let me remove each assistant thing, and let me put this back to. really start put because I'm so exhausted, I don't wanna talk, but it is kinda weird screaming and not talking about what you're doing, but having this in the background is kinda nice, just having the video in the background. Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing he just, kinda mentioned is, like, not only, knowing when the user's, talking, But sometimes when you interrupt somebody and you see that they're still sometimes when you interrupt somebody and you realize you interrupt somebody, you stop talking, and maybe you'll stop talking and there'll be like a small silence, and then you'd be like, "Hey, I'm sorry for interrupting. You can go or something, or you continue what you were saying." So that context of understanding that is, I think that's big. I need to write that in my. Oh, you. One thing I saw that I need to start reading up more when I have time to actually start learning more about LLMs. I think Mushy Mushy has this thing called, I think it was like temporal. Um, it's called temporal something. Their LLM, the actual intelligence model, it's called temporal model, temporal something. But I think what it does is that it kind of as it gets audio, it's generating a response, and it's actually like it's altering the response as it gets more context and gets more audio. So in a sense, it's thinking of what to say as the user is talking, which I think is one component the AI doesn't really have. Usually doesn't really have. Any Gonna search up VAPI MCP, innate. How do we do that? Okay, so this is more of a back to let me see if I wanted to do like a VAPI MCP. Even though I can just really do a VAPI API call, but I want to do a VAPI NCP. Okay. Um, I'm actually gonna get I'm gonna watch it first. Oh, love, 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 love. Ugh. kinda like this show how you can use it to actually make an action. Let me go to the VAPI GitHub. Try VAPI. That's cool. They gave him a whatever. Um, let's go to VAPI MC GitHub. Mhm. I'll be honest, I don't know what I forgot what server side event. That's a server side event. That's a server side, right? That's an API call. You were saying it was difficult. Let me see, because I don't really understand why. So let me search up what he means like that. Um, do. Is this an API? Is this an API call to the endpoint? Yeah, let's see if I can just make an API call to it. I feel like that'll just be easier than doing that whole blah 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 setup. Where did that node go? Why is it so close? Oh, a GP request. Is it post? And it's probably a post and it's gonna have body 3 hours and 10 minutes. Ooh. Yeah. I need to put that video back on. I've been so quiet because my energy is so down. What is Oh, It can't be a single AP. Mm, really, yeah, really, very okay. Let's try it. Mm, wait, uh, let me think for a second. Okay, so let's actually break down what this is. So I'm confused on how this MC stuff works. So first, it seems like the MC endpoint is a streaming endpoint. So there's a with a one time HTTP call right for it, or is this like some type of WebSocket? These are only person. Okay. Okay. Okay, but for the JSON RFC, how where do I send the or command or action on what they have to do, or they have to, or can I want the MC to do, or does MCs or does MCs not work with natural commands unless it's connected to an AI UI that can generate the JSON for commands? Meaning, if I'm just using MCP by itself, can it can it can it do commands in natural language? Oops, spelling. Okay, So do me a favor. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Not sure if you can use search for this, but send me a basic body with a JSON command to VAPI. Test this out. Test this out. Maybe get assistant. Here is my assistant ID. This was wrong. Dashboard. Ooh. Let's just get this assistant. Or how about this one? Okay, let's try this. Just want to see if this if it I just want to test it out, make sure it works and everything first. And then I'll see how I can do it. It's a little slow, but it looks like it's about to work. Super slow. Very, very slow. Okay, so I got a result. Sorry, let me get the result. Create that. Okay. So which way? I can either write code or let me see if I can just make an API call instead of just doing all. I'm kind of lazy. I don't want to do what he was saying. Um, Let me see if I can just make a direct API call. Because where is it? MCP custom LLMs? Remember your own server, custom voices. Okay, bye. What was I gonna do? MCP. What does Streamlit HPT mean? Let me say. Work. It worked. It worked. Can you tell me what Streamlit means again? But okay, so slash MCP isn't streamable events. Damn, but it's interesting. I can use Git to get listening to a live agent audio stream. So that's interesting. Hmm. Hmm. That's interesting. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. What is my goal of VAPI client? So so post can work. Let me see. How would I do this with API? Just also this might be a newer version, so please use search to help me. I'm too lazy to look at the docs, so I'm just telling, hey, how do you do this? Mm, that's not what I'm asking. That's not. I asked about this. Open a API. Not VAPI. Not VAPI. Oh, this is so retarded, bro. Oh my gosh. Never mind. OpenAI. API MCP. Is it just SDK or no? Okay, here. Never. Let me read this to you. Whereas let me put back that YouTube video back on. Mm, mhm. I had to stop sharing my screen because what I was doing is I put my authorization key inside N8, but just test it out and looks like I'm trying to see if the MCP theme work. Refresh. Nice. It did. I told it to call it David, but your telemarketing business on, yeah, that's so cool. Oh, that's super cool. Let's see. I mean, can I delete this? I don't want you. Mm. All right, so I have that whole flow now. Now it's like clean up the prompt. Yeah, clean up everything. Well, actually, before I clean it up, let me see how good it works. Let's go to N8. Let me connect it. Maybe I can get uh the exit. I have to execute the nodes again. And I probably have to put the required tools I want, but let me call this thing again. Let me spin this up. I should have finished this way faster. Cause I'm probably I still have an hour or two before I probably finish this part, but I'm like so lazy right now. Where is everything, bro? I can't see shit, bro. I'm retarded. I can't see shit. Bro, I'm gonna go back. Okay. So the truth. Do 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 do. Here's a let that run. Yeah. Sorry, procrastinating Instagram. Alright, got distracted. Let me go back to what I was doing. Alright. Touch screen, share. Ooh, let's go to N8. Ugh, where did it go? Why did it say? Ugh, no prompt specified. Which was this for? And super annoying. Right. Rate me. Rate me. Section for my prompt. Okay. Let me see the values it's giving. So. Okay, that's reasonable. Let's see. Okay, it's a voice anything natural. That's nice. Okay, it's nice. This is really nice. Okay, and this one. Wait, this is not crate. Which one is this one? Oh, crate me. If only if needed. And if needed, check if let's see, AI assistant. Check if rules or prompt is needed, and depending on what, and only on the sections that are needed. Please write those sections for my prompt. Only write them if they're needed. Don't always assume that will be needed. What time is it? It's only 10:28. That's crazy. I feel like it's been longer in a sense. Uh, though when did I say that I definitely said I would finish it sooner. I know I've been lazy. Yeah, I said 7 to 10. So, eh, mom, yeah, it's not that bad. Let me go to this AI improve this. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. And you improve this. Sorry. That's a little more than I want, but why not? Let's just go with that. Um, do the praise above in the above our first message, above our first message. Okay. Yeah, and yeah. Let me run this one more time. Oops. What is this? I've executed. Send. Ooh. Uh, Sorry, I'm thinking to myself. Let me put some. I need to think for myself for a minute. Here's my phone. I was actually thinking about this product that I was thinking about building. Random, but yeah. Okay. One thing I have to add, I'm probably gonna change it. What I'm probably gonna do, so later is when I'm improving this prompt, I'm gonna change it to just output pure JSON, so it's not adding all these extra details that I don't wanna add. I wanna add it just output pure JSON for me. And now I can just take everything here, and I can just tell you, can you stitch together all these prompt sections together to create a single prompt, single prompt that that you add into VAPI base the name of the prompt, base the name of what the agent's about, what the agent is about, what the agent is about. I wonder if I can use Assistant API for this and give it a thread. That'd be cool. I wonder if I could do that. Let me go to guide to using. I wonder. Reasoning media also has a reasoning section, which is cool. I don't know if it needs much of a reasoning section, but I might add it because it might stitch together the prompts better. But I can add all that later. Prompt sections, oops. Spaces don't work. Prompt section. Output. No. What the fuck? Sorry. Oh, what does it do, bruh? Exit out, bruh. Man, what the fuck? Ah, so annoying. Ugh, so annoying. Let me see if I can save and just go back to. It might be better to have something that stitches all the JSON together, but not doesn't matter too much now. I'll clean up later. I'll put create me assistant in VAPI. That's this and VAPI that stitches together all the prompt sections below in order note name the assistant based on the context of the prompt, remember hopefully the JSON is still valid, but yeah, here. Do I connect to this now? Yeah, it needs to be valid JSON. How do I turn this to valid JSON? Is removing the space turned to valid JSON? Let's see. So I have to turn this all to valid JSON. Where did let's see, the actual output it gives. I will stitch everything together and to something to a value that I can use in a JSON body. The value the thing I want you to stitch together is the output value output value for each node, each call it OpenAI node. Yeah, for each OpenAI node. Here is the nodes and the output values. And here's how I'm setting them in the JSON. That's cool. And then let's see. Oops. This is JavaScript, Python. Why is Python in beta? Why is 10 the first one? It's not even no proper order, whatever. Should I put quotes? I guess I should put quotes around it. What the fuck? No. Uh, do. Been so quiet this whole live stream, but ooh, I'm exhausted. Okay. It actually changed. Let me remove the quotes. This shit. Mm. What did you what did you change that would fix their okay, changing the quote, that's not gonna help. So the that triple quotes. Whatever, that will be fine. I need to see the actual. Let me see execution. It needs to show me the actual value of what it's getting for me to help me debug this. Um, why is it not showing me the actual value? I have to add the print statement. It's annoying, but whatever. Oops. Too lazy. Oops. Do I get the print logs? Actually, let me see. I don't see any print statement at all. I'm not seeing any print statements, so it's so annoying. What console? Oops. That's funny. It tells me to accept and automatically tells me to share from cookies. Fuck off. Let me see what the AI says if I asked you. Let's see how they check. Alright, it's analyzing the error. I don't think it worked, but is it just outputting random shit? What's this error? This is a different error now. What is this error? Get node output. Where do you get node output? Probably not. The only reason it's probably different errors because it got this error first. Oh, I already knew that it didn't work. I'm about to undo this though. What I want to do is just see where I can get my logs from so I can see where the issue's happening from. This thing's probably bullshitting. Well, I'll try this one time. I know this thing's most likely bullshitting, but I'll try this one time. Huh, worked. Surprise. I think it worked. That's surprising. Let me see the code real quick. And it printed. Where are the logs? I wonder where it puts the logs. They didn't print out anything I asked for. But okay, it did work though. Not sure what it changed. Let me see what it changed. Not much. Don't too much. I don't really care what it changed. um. Oh, it was this one thing that was a JSON error. Oh, whatever. It's still complaining that it's not valid JSON. What the heck? Even after it's initiated everything. Why does JSON have to be so damn strict, bruh? Max it. Why this isn't valid JSON? Okay, I guess it has a bunch of space probably. Long ass prompt. But let me just X. I think it's because it has a bunch of just shitty. Why isn't this valid JSON? Yeah, honestly. So let me see where are the let me go to N8 real quick. Where are the spaces coming from? So this is the rule. The thing is the spaces are coming from in the rule itself, is it? I didn't even input these things properly. Why is call flow? Oh, it has call flow in this section. Ah, it's so annoying. Okay. So what I'll do, I said, can you just after stitching prompt together to add all new lanes manually. Ooh. Not changing that code. What did it do? Replace new lines with so they don't break. Will that work? Okay, we'll see. Oops. See if it works this time. And it's still complaining about the JSON. Let's see. What we need to do is actually remove any spaces in stitch prompt and make sure everything is using new lines. So spaces or empty spaces should be replaced with new lines. Don't have to fucking run the code. Just give me the code that will work. Okay, you're saying this will work. Okay. That better work. Add imports. Should be able to. I'm not sure if I need to add JSON, but add JSON. Add do for every space, whatever works. It's gonna remove. So don't keep the or new lines when adding it to VAPI. Hopefully that works. Let's remove the. Oops. Hopefully that works. But I still complain about. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Can I not just put this in multiple? I think I'm being retarded. Yeah, I think I'm being retarded. Can I not just do? Why is my code's not working? Copy this whole thing. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Can I revert the code? I don't want to use the do 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 do. Let me go back to an 8. What? I'm gonna put this down if you don't go my way. Uh, okay. Okay, after I get the full prompt value, add it to the JSON, do JSON dump or whatever, and return the value. Return JSON value. I only have to add this stuff. That might. Ooh. Turn JSON file output. Go to N8. Oops. Let's see. What did I do? What line is this talking about? Oh no, JSON's not defined. Let me see. I think I might have missed it. I think I want to point JSON here. Oop. Okay, now let me try that. Oh, one more thing I forgot. Plus. Let me go back to JSON. I fully copied everything. Damn. I'm close. I'm coming close. All right, it's working this time. Took a while. What time is it? 5 hours. Let me put the. Oh, well, it didn't add any spaces. That's one thing I would see if I could prompt you to do is add spaces. But it looks like it had everything in there and it called it. So that all looks good. So I'm gonna come back and then clean up the prompt actually part of it a little bit, and then the whole structure part. But I want to start with the test part because cleaning up is the boring part. So I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. I'm gone for like 10 minutes. I'm gonna come back. Ooh. Um. And dream clock. 5 minutes. First, I'm gonna take a break. 5 minute break. Mm. All right, let me get back to it. Got a little off pace. Let me get back to it. Ooh, what time is it? Okay, I want to get something to eat real quick. So the next step really should be setting up the VAPI test, VAPI testing, VAPI documentation, VAPI test, VAPI. All right, time to focus. Still streaming on. Back in the moment, just getting some food. VAPI. What is it actually? VAPI chats. Okay. Where's chats? Games. VAPI test. Let's see if they have it somewhere in the documentation that they just talk about it. Just to read some stuff on it. Okay. That's good. Yeah, but I would assume the text based interactions would be different. So I'm definitely not going to be doing a bunch of calls because it's pointless. Oh, here's a new voice chat. Hey, what's up? Oh, yeah. Well, this is. Hey, yeah. What's up? So I wanted to talk about VAPI's test suits. What do you know about them? I think it becomes conversational. It's too. It feel it kind of feels like it feels like talking to a robot too much. If they made it very conversational and smart, I would love that. But or I just do text if it's gonna talk like that, right? What the fuck? Mm. There's not much to do for my test suits then other than start with making the API calls. The thing is, should test suits be a complete different automation? I wonder if VAPI has a webhook. Actually, let me go to N8 and see if they have a webhook. Um, Let me make sure I saved. Add node VAPI. No, they don't have anything called VAPI. They don't have VAPI in here. Should I do that or no? Because a webhook, I don't want to do a webhook because then I don't want to be triggered randomly. Okay. I wonder if I should do this in. No, I think I should for this one. I'll have it trigger some code, but the code. I feel like I should just instead. I shouldn't do this in N8, and I should just do this in complete code. This give me full control of the logic I want it to run. No, I don't want to create app. I don't want to create. Choose a template. Sorry, I do want to create app. I just don't want to copy test. Create app. Blah blah blah. And I want to go to the link view. So I remember I was watching that little video with Hannes, Janice, or I think it's Hannes. Hannes. But you mentioned that link phrase has this little prompt thing. I want to see that. Let's see prompt query traces. I don't even know that fucking. I don't even know what that means. Production analytics. Model uses scores check. I don't need to do it in vowels because VAPI has evals. Yeah, because I don't need anything complex. Okay. Um, I would assume this thing actually this gets the models latencies, but not the full voice. Hmm. That's not what I was looking for. You mentioned, oh, they have AI. Do you have a future where uh, I can make a prompt change and then test if that prompt change made a difference in in evals, like how much more accurate the LM got. Ooh, yes. Um, that's what I need. So the idea is to use VAPI to test stuff. So I don't know if I use what's it called length test stuff, but what I can do. Ooh, you're hiring? What are you hiring for? Blah 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 blah. Okay, anyways. Um yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, what I can do is that I won't use their test feature, but I can use their prompt manager feature, and I can use that to kind of integrate that with VAPI test to kind of track prompt changes and actually go back to a version one if it doesn't make a change, and then do a different prompt change. So let me see, where's the API? Let's go to they all use oh, it's open source. That's cool. That is actually interesting. Open source. That's open source. So that's actually pretty cool. That is cool. Learn prompting. Learn. What's this evaluating? Ooh, this is. I'm about to watch that video after the. I'm gonna come back later and I'll watch that video. Now, what I want to do is go to the API stuff. Where are your API stuff? API and why does it look like this? Ew. What the fuck do you? Why does it look like this? Um, bro, why does it look like this, bro? Let me do the Python. Okay. I don't know why this looks so ugly, bro. So I don't want to do any tracing or anything. I don't even know what tracing means, to be honest. That's not what I want to do. Um, I want to see if I can programmatically add you to. Let me see. I want to do tracing. It looks like different. Okay, that's what I want. Hmm. Good. Actually, ooh, where are the docs? Where do you have it? Do you have? More people, more tech companies need to add these things in here. It's so handy to just have an AI that can actually search through the docs and find answers for me. Insanely handy. Do you have um functionality through API or SDK Python to add to programmatically add what's called add prompts to to your prompt to the prompt database, to the prompt data set or whatever, the prompt data set. Okay. What is even tracing? I guess that's getting certain metrics. I don't know what metrics it wants. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so what I'll have is I'll add these things into the dictionary to track it. I'll have to have a tagging where I tag just the test ones. I'll tag the main prompt. I'll tag the test ones. Yeah, no, the only thing is that I guess I'll when I'm doing testing, I have to prompt one feature at a time. Prompt one specific feature at a time. So I guess one certain test at a time. So one test is testing this functionality, or no, I have to run different evals. That's what I need to do. I'll figure out how I'll structure it as I go. But the first thing is, no, I'm not sure what I should start with. Let me think. What should I start with the test? Um, what should I start with the test values? So the first, what should I start with? The first thing is, I guess, creating a test, and I would have to do that through the transcript. The transcript. Yeah, okay. I'll have to give what happens. I'll give it a transcript, and based on the transcript, I'll be able to run a bunch of different tests. Usually, I mean, a high level version, I'll get call strips too and all that stuff. But I think first test is the first thing I have a transcript, and I'm able to generate tests based on the generate customer scripts based on the transcripts. Okay. And it'll be based on the transcript and the prompts. Uh, hmm. What should I structure? Transcript data. Actually, let me put the video I was watching. So I was gonna create the code for the first command of code, but I'm probably gonna create the prompt that will create the persona that will actually run tests on that on the AI on my AI voice agent first, and then I'll have that then write the code that will create the personas. Oh, I'm not sure my team. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. The whole time I was listening to YouTube videos, and I just realized you can't hear the YouTube videos. I just realized you can't hear the YouTube videos unless I share that tab audio. Damn, that is crazy. For I was listening to. Oh my god, that's so stupid. That sucks. I'll have to mention that in my description. But Let me share the tab. That is crazy.
Advice that I think is bad advice is I guess it depends on how you interpret advice. Don't do what people tell you to just because they tell you to. I think that it's like first principles thinking.
That's
Every
crazy.
single person that you talk to and ask
That
for
is
help,
crazy.
well, I think most
That is
people, if you have
crazy.
friends
I hope
that are good friends,
why do
when you ask them for help, they're well intentioned and they want
Yeah.
to help you.
oh
But
my
again,
god.
everybody's story is different, including yours.
I'm
And
not sure why they do that way. I'm not sure why they I have no idea why they you can't just have they can't just naturally hear the audio from any tab. That is annoying because now I was literally and talking and I'm talking or I was literally talking and I was making inputs on certain videos when no audio was coming in. That's crazy. Whatever. Alright, play.
so advice is not going to directly apply. It's like if you go into, you know, an exam in school, like for computer science or for math, and there's going to be homework problems that are similar to the questions that are on the test, but the numbers are changed or the situation is tweaked, and you have to incorporate like your learnings from
Clean up
those problems,
oh,
but
I don't know if
also
you guys can see it. I need to clean up all the tabs.
understand how to adapt your answer or the way you go and solve that problem to
You guys 100% can't see it, but I have to clean up all these tabs, bruh. I have to clean up oh my gosh, there's so many tabs. The annoying thing about this is that I can I'm sharing this tab so the audio can play through, but now you can't see what I'm working on, which is kind of annoying, but nobody's watching anyways, so I was have this on while working.
this unique situation that's put in front of you, right? Like these tweaks
Or
that have
maybe I should play on my phone. Only thing I can access YouTube on my phone right now. Ah, that's so true. Or I can play it on this computer while sharing it. That's what I'm gonna do actually. But then it's gonna yeah, I'm gonna play it on this computer while working. That's what I should do. There's not gonna be enough space, but sure I'll just put it here. I don't need to be directly looking at it. So I feel like that would be better. 03 African vaping 20 how to elevate your praise. What video is this? The live kit Sierra. So I hate this computer. Specialized in building voice AI agents. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What's it called live kit CEO Russ. The OG. Like it is the G. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's better than PyCat, but it's the OG. Uh, Why is it so hard to find this video? There can only be so many videos of this guy. Aaron Hoffman. Okay, and that was the first one.
Parenthood is full of surprises, but Progressive keeps you covered.
Nice. Hey, where's Flo?
Baby proofing.
From let me reshare.
Empower students to do their best
Share
work.
screen.
Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. What if they could jumpstart ideas for any?
Humans do it automatically, and I think in the future,
We'll see.
foundational models will as well, right? Like any problem really out there where humans do it well, but it's hard for you to describe.
No, I wasn't there. I was like that.
Not a metaphor, but an analogy.
Check my hand. Okay, well, this is a live. By the way, I don't want to, but I have I had a call with you, or at least I have a call here. I don't know if it was with you or not. In February 13th, 2007, which is the super early days, and for a phone number, I don't want a phone number.
I think my mom has that phone number now.
Okay, right.
We swap numbers. She had an unlimited data plan.
So I'm just looking at it here. So that's actually and then later on, I see we had we had like an overview. Yeah, so that's right. So that's crazy. Oh my God. So you're in my old school emails going back.
I am.
Yeah.
I thought it was so wild that I was coming on the show and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like.
Oh yeah. So it's a recruiter forward us to you or something.
It was a recruiter or like did I apply off like a Craigslist ad? I can't remember, but it was either a recruiter or a Craigslist ad.
Yeah, it looks like a recruiter forwarded to us, and then somehow I think you and I did talk. It looks like I don't have the notes here. Usually I have my notes, but I don't have the notes. But it looks like we did talk back in the day, 2007. That's awesome. This is a great coincidence. All right, last question we asked for. Yes. What conventional wisdom or advice do you think is generally bad advice? And you're not allowed to say follow your passion because I feel like that's like 90% of what people say when I ask this question.
I think, well, maybe I sort of answered it though in a different way earlier. But the conventional advice that I think is bad advice is I guess it depends on how you interpret advice. Don't do what people tell you to just because they tell you to. I think that it's like first principles thinking. Every single person that you talk to and ask for help, well, I think most people, if you have friends that are good friends, when you ask them for help, they're well-intentioned and they want to help you. But again, everybody's story is different, including yours. And so advice is not going to directly apply. It's like if you go into, an exam in school, like computer science or for math, and there's going to be homework problems that are similar to the questions that are on the test, but the numbers are changed or the situation is tweaked. And you have to incorporate like your learnings from those problems, but also understand how to adapt your answer or the way you go and solve that problem to this unique situation that's put in front of you, right? Like these tweaks that have happened to the problem. And that's kind of like not a metaphor, but an analogy for how you kind of take other people's advice is to like take it for what it's worth. It's learnings from a different scenario, maybe an adjacent one or maybe a similar one. But think about, incorporate that into your own thinking. Like don't take anybody's advice kind of wholesale. Derive your own answers.
That makes a lot of sense. It's interesting because like people one of the things that most people are really good people, and they're trying to help you. And so you meet these people, they're evangelical about a very specific thing, meditation or protein or some sort of diet or a workout routine or something. And it really is because it worked for them, just like religion. Like it worked for them, so it worked for me, so therefore I'm recommending it to you. Or this type of way of interviewing people, or this type of way of running a business, whatever it is. Like I'm evangelical about it because it worked for me, but just because it works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you or your company, because we're all in different situations. As you mentioned, we have different DNAs. Our company has different DNAs. So just like that meditation might not work for you just because it worked for me.
100%. The world is way too, life is way too high dimensional to be able to really say that like somebody's exact pattern is going to apply to you and you're going to get the same results in the end. I don't know how much time you spent in on Reddit with people that do exercise, but one thing you'll notice in a lot of threads where someone that knows what they're doing when it comes to exercise or weightlifting or working out, one thing you'll notice is that in a lot of threads with experts, true experts, is they'll say, YMMV, or this is what worked for me. It doesn't mean it'll work for you. And then they'll list out, kind of what their routine is. And I think that kind of applies to really all advice, is take it for what it is, right? It's an anecdote, and figure out how elements of that anecdote apply to you and which ones don't apply, and then make the best decision, for yourself in your unique situation. That's what I think.
I love that. So thank you, Russell Shaw, for joining us, World of DAS. I follow you at DSA, DSA, which is an amazing X handle, which you probably only can get if you're early there.
That's right.
That's an incredible 3-letter X handle. I definitely encourage our listeners to engage with you there. This has been a ton of fun and really interesting.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to have the conversation, and I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come on here and asking the questions, and also just kind of really nice that you looked up that old email and we're able to connect almost 20 years later.
Crazy.
In this capacity. Yeah.
Thanks for listening. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to World of DAS wherever you consume your podcasts, YouTube, Apple, Spotify, and more. And please help us get discovered by leaving a review. And check out worldofdas.com. That's worldofdas, DAAS.com. And of course, connect with me on Twitter at Auren, that's AUREN. Would absolutely love to hear from you. It's super hot, super hot. It's super hot, super hot.
What's the next one I want to listen to? It was this one was short, but it was this one. And conversational AI.
Hey, I'm Brooke. I'm the founder of Cobalt, and we're building a simulation and evaluation platform for voice and chat agents. I'm here with Mark, who's the CEO of LangFuse. Mark, can you tell us more about LangFuse?
Yeah, with LangFuse, we're building the open source element engineering platform, traditionally with a focus on more element observability, to really understand what happens step by step in the application, and then really focus a lot on evaluation and prompt management to help teams accelerate the element application workflow.
We're excited to chat today because we've seen a lot of people using LangFuse and Cobalt together, and are always curious to hear what are the advantages of using both together, when should I be using one or the other, and looking into some of these existing tooling around LLM infrastructure versus using these new platforms for testing voice applications. So we'd love to hear from your side, Mark, where you're seeing the differences at a high level, and kind of what you're seeing in the voice space on your side.
Yeah, thanks, Brooke, for having me. Generally, with LangFuse, we focus on all sorts of LLM applications. So many async workflows, many chat applications, some voice applications. So it's just like the full bag of different application types. I'm super excited about the collab with you guys to go deeper on the voice angle of it. And generally, length use has, like, we have tried to solve with length use mostly this kind of observability problem of my application is a bit more complicated. Before I return to the user, I'm doing like 10 different LLM calls, retrieval steps, tool calls, really to understand where I spend my money, latency, and kind of like where issues arise in a single completion. And like rolling this up to a conversation level or even simulating it in development is really, really interesting for the voice-based applications.
How have you seen this change over the past 6 months?
That's one thing I think would be cool. So it meant I'm changing this because again it's gonna be text testing. If it wasn't text testing, the AI wouldn't be able to do this. But I like how in here it has an interaction style, and again it says pacing, detail, tendencies, and it says stuff like interruptive. I think that's super interesting. I think because it would be super interesting if you could actually really prompt AI to kind of understand that context and really not just talk how it generates the response, but control how it acts in the conversation, how it like control how it asks a human, like just how like a human can, like you said, interruptive. Like a human, if you want to tell a human to take a call, to be interruptive, a human knows the context, understands that for it to be interrupted, it has to talk, it has to overlap or talk when someone else is talking, or even just saying something like just talking slow or have large pauses. I think just AI being able to understand all those stuff, I think would be cool. It's cool. I'm gonna add that to my notes.
Very early to the LLM space. Where did a lot of your use cases start, and then where have you seen them trending?
We started in early 2023 with a couple of early customers, and from them, I think like a couple of large use cases emerged next to voice, real-time conversational applications. I think there's just like one segment within the conversational applications, which in fact, I mean, they are not the largest in terms of like volume on our platform because like batch background workflows are just way larger. But they are the ones where like large companies actually like bring things in production because they're like, I mean, they're interested in automating like customer-facing workflows. So this is really exciting, and they are always like cost-cutting or revenue generating. So it's really cool. But then next to it, there are a lot of like background where it's not necessarily like a conversation or anything, but it's more like if you want to classify something or route a ticket to the right person, there's not necessarily like a conversation, but conversational applications have really been like really interesting. And I mean, they have some interesting challenges that make me excited about the collab.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is something that we've seen a lot from users is as the AI stack is evolving, one of the big questions engineers are asking when they start out is, what tools do I even need to be using in order to develop this? Especially, I think earlier on in voice, the question around, should I be using these existing LLM evaluation tools, are how do I simulate all of these different conversations? How do I build out this stack has been a big question. What do you see a lot of your users doing today with LangFuse when it comes to voice? And where do you think the challenges are around doing that with existing LLM infrastructure?
Yeah, I think the core piece of this whole thing is on the one side, tracing the initial execution of what's really happening step by step, and then second, having some infrastructure in place to actually run evaluations on a message and basically conversation level, where I would probably draw the grid of, we have an online use case of applications running with actual users, and we want to know whether things are working or not and where they are failing. And this can be done on a conversation level, on a single task level. Then we have this whole offline problem of we actually want to benchmark the application on some test cases, which we can do on a conversation level again, where the question is how do we do conversational level testing of an agent or of an application? And second, we could also just do next message evaluation. And overall, with the LangFuse, I think many users have been successful in all of the grids, except for I want to test a whole agent and I want to simulate basically the application and user. Because many have basically asked for it and then ended up creating these kinds of frameworks themselves where they try to simulate. And then, but then the question is, does my test case actually measure what it wants to measure, or am I just measuring how bad my simulation actually is? And I mean, in production, it's way simpler, where usually a single message evaluation is really meaningful because you can specify did my application ask for a next follow-up question, and then I can apply an eval of, was this the best next follow-up question? I mean, these kind of workflows are really simple to build on a single message level, where often building them on a conversational level even doesn't make that much sense if the conversation is long running. But in testing, going for the conversational level is interesting just because many teams start with an integration level test, which is simple to create because they don't want to get into creating unit level tests while a lot of the application is still moving and they are early. I think simulations are interesting for early stage teams or teams who want to know whether things are working while making a lot of changes, whereas then probably when moving, being more mature, then often they switch to or add more unit level tests because they're more predictable and simpler and faster to run because you can parallelize them.
Totally. I think that's definitely something we've seen with our customers is early on in these integration tests, or even just starting with monitoring, we see a lot of teams just starting with online evals and then moving to, okay, now we have something that's working. Now we're building out the simulations and the offline evals, but it's still at a very high level of we're just testing the agent end-to-end or with just the end-to-end endpoints. And then I think as voice agents have developed over the last 6 months, we're seeing now people are starting to think about, okay, how do I actually write more unit tests that are testing these individual components? And then also how do I actually see what's happening behind the scenes with.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment.
These voice agents, because I think there's definitely, even more so, I think, than existing LLM stacks, is that not only do you have all the complexities of LLM stacks of RAG, and you have different, maybe more traditional infrastructure, and then you have LLM calls and often chains of LLM calls, but then on top of that, you have all of the problems of voice, which is notoriously difficult around audio metrics, interruptions, audio quality, all of these, are we ingesting the audio? Are we transcribing it? Are we then producing the right text-to-speech, etc. So we've seen the demand for being able to have that deeper observability as a huge problem that a lot of people are facing now, which I think is where we've seen almost all of our customers adopting LangFuse because it's open source, super easy to use, but then also gives you all of this lower level trace
running. But in testing, going for it is interesting just because many teams start with an integration level test, which is simple to create because they don't want to get into creating unit level tests while a lot of the application is still moving and they are early. I think simulations are interesting for early stage teams or teams who want to know whether things are working while making a lot of changes, whereas then probably when moving, being more mature, then often they switch to or add more unit level tests because they're more predictable and simpler and faster to run because you can parallelize them.
Totally. I think that's definitely something we've seen with our customers is early on in these integration tests, or even just starting with monitoring, we see a lot of teams just starting with online evals and then moving to, okay, now we have something that's working. Now we're building out the simulations and the offline evals, but it's still at a very high level of we're just testing the agent end to end with a phone number or with just the end to end endpoints. And then I think as voice agents have developed over the last 6 months, we're seeing now people are starting to think about, okay, how do I actually write more like unit tests that are testing these individual components? And then also, how do I actually see what's happening behind the scenes with these voice agents? Because I think there's so many, even more so, I think, than existing LLM stacks, is that not only do you have all the complexities of LLM stacks of like RAG, and you have different, maybe more like traditional infrastructure, and then you have LLM calls and often like chains of LLM calls, but then on top of that, you have all of the problems of voice, which is notoriously difficult around audio metrics, interruptions, audio quality, all of these, like, are we ingesting the audio? Are we transcribing it? Are we then producing the right text-to-speech, etc.? So we've seen the demand for being able to have that like deeper observability as a huge problem that a lot of people are facing now, which I think is where we've seen almost all of our customers adopting LangFuse because it's open source, super easy to use, but then also gives you all of this like lower level traceability of what's happening in the conversation.
Yeah, I think early on we kind of acknowledged that there are like so many different use cases of applications where usually it's interesting to either like partner, for example, with Cobol for a specific use case, because being opinionated for the use case really matters too, and you have way more bandwidth to just focus on voice, which is a huge segment. So there are like lots of big problems. And second, also that all of the data is available via the Python SDK as well, where then many teams just use our SDK to fetch, like, let's give me the last 1,000 conversations my agent had in prod, and maybe I can just run it through like simple clustering algo because I want to know like what's happening here, or which kinds of users ask which kinds of questions. I mean, there's always room to build something opinionated, but we start definitely by having the interfaces where people can just explore by themselves in a notebook.
Yeah, definitely. What are some of the things that you've seen voice agent companies doing in terms of tracing that might be different than a traditional LLM stack, and how should people be thinking about tracing for voice applications? Is it very similar, or are there other considerations?
I think today and what could be built to make it even better for voice, I think today most problems are solved by having traces as in the sense of other LLM observability platforms, meaning it's really about the step-by-step what's happening within the application, and you can make this more usable for a voice application by always including the transcription to be able to read it, but also the audio file as an attachment for the input and output. I think how a voice app could be better traced is if on a session or conversational level, basically there's back and forth interruptions, how voice streams actually happening when there's this model. When I think we're currently looking into how to expand functionality in this way as well. Because with real-time LLM APIs, the question is, if I get basically the stream in, how do I actually trace this nicely? Because I will probably end up first feeding this to a small model, then realizing, I want to change something, then replay the stream that already has happened to another model. So we are currently investigating how to basically improve tracing just for streamed models. But I think this is basically independent from the voice use case. Just voice makes it really easy for users to stream input, which usually doesn't happen too much.
Yeah, definitely. And it's nice that you can then reuse, I think, a lot.
So just testing this, just testing it right now. Looks pretty good. Let's see what it has. Page wants to do strategy, right? But I need to remove the speak slide. I need to remove that little speak slowly part because it's not. Where did this come from? Okay. So let's see. Okay, these are really good personas. These are really good personas. These are really, really good personas. Also, there's one thing I wanted to write. Uh, Man, I'm tired. There's 1, 2, 4. How much time do I have here? It said 10 hours, so after this I have like 3 hours. So probably log out for like at 4:24. Uh, okay, what was I doing? Yeah, sorry. I'm going. Oh. I've been so quiet in this stream, but I'm so exhausted. Hopefully I'll be more alert tomorrow.
The learnings, because
when it comes to ASP.NET hosting, WinHost is a name you can trust. We know ASP.NET inside and out, and we know
a lot of people building in voice right now have built out a lot of functions so that you can kind of, those learnings will transfer over. How would you think, a question we get a lot is, how do we think about what things should go at, what types of things should you test at a high level, more high level conversation versus unit testing? And then what should you test online at a high level versus more a lower level tracing ability?
Interesting. My learnings are always from the probably hundreds of teams that we work with in this segment of basically real-time steady applications. And I've seen many people use the single-term evaluation strategies, especially when they want to comply with a clear an operating procedure or a compliance procedure, or somehow when there should be, or when there's a clear next step that's the best step.
I feel a bit early because I am tired.
For example, if you do inbound calls for lawyers, then probably what you want to ask the people step by step is probably very standardized.
Should I clock in early? 7:01.
Just took the conversation off rails.
I might clock in early.
I don't know if I do my
I clock in too.
I like doing this best next question. I mean, it varies, and there's no clear opinion on whether the next best sentence.
Yeah, I barely accomplished anything in 7 hours. Ooh, but probably need the rest of it. We use Open System API. Let me create. What I should do? What I should do is I should have my rough draft of my testing plan for built out, and then that should be done. Then I'll have that. So now at least I'll have a rough draft of my prompt automation, and a rough draft of my prompt testing. Well, I won't have the length view stuff up, but let's have the customer persona stuff built out, and then the first. No, I guess I'll just the customer persona stuff built out. Customer persona stuff built out, and how am I going to do the testing? So I have the persona, it creates the personas, and then I'll have to take it to test the agent with different personas. Might have to do the whole testing thing later. I must have write this one code of getting my personas together. Now I'm gonna fucking rest because I am tired a bit.
And so the like is very transactional, then probably writing single message tests is way more effective as it's simpler, more accurate, you can parallelize it, it's cheaper. And but if it's a more complicated application, like it will be really, really difficult to write these and then maintain these if functionalities have changed, like how to even adapt these unit tests. If you then sit on tens of thousands of these unit tests to cover every basically step within the 60-minute session, plus the 50 different personas for which you create the application, where you then have like, I don't know, tens of thousands of different test cases. First, you to write, maintain, change, label. Yeah, that's really difficult. But if I'm writing like a transactional app, then probably turn-based or step-based evals can work as well, where then probably aiming for session level just makes it easier, so time to value on evals goes up if the session level eval is good enough.
Yeah, definitely. I think with these cases where you're trying to see a multi-step evaluation, if you try and do this with unit testing, will just explode. Versus, I think another case that we've seen work really well with unit testing is around, for example, testing a scheduler. So saying, when I schedule this appointment for January 3rd, does it then respond back with the right function call? Does it actually call the right function just for this exact case? Then that way, when your conversation fails at large, so that this example of, you know that it can schedule once, so then you can start to see, for example, we've seen where like prompt upstream can actually affect a lot of downstream actions. And so then you can start to see, okay, I know all these components work, so something must be interacting between them, and then debug from there.
Yeah, I think
if you're a woman who owns a business, then you need a virtual assistant. And not just any virtual assistant, you need a
I should watch that. What's a doer? A doer? The heck?
These are good starting points to then also create more unit tests. If you see good examples happening within your test suite, you can then just promote them to the unit level test data set. I think it's not like either or, it's more like where do you start? And for some teams, it's probably just easy if they know what they expect for like a couple of questions to just do unit tests. But for probably a majority in the voice-based simulation is simpler to get started with and gets you a lot of the results with less effort. And I like how, I think you showed me a demo where you just call the application. So, I mean, you don't even need to like set up the whole test infrastructure, but you just run on staging and it just works, which is like a really cool like developer experience where you usually have some kind of like investment you need to put in to like run this in CI, or like it's more difficult to do unit tests by just calling a voice application.
Yeah, totally. You can just get up and running really quickly. And there, I think sometimes it's easy to get caught up in we're reinventing a lot of this infrastructure. Like there's a new paradigm of software engineering. And sometimes a lot of the things from traditional infrastructure just hold true around you should have unit tests, you should have integration tests, and there's this pyramid of tests that you should have. And so a lot of the testing strategy is a bit more of an art than a science. Designing your evaluation strategy to evolve as your organization also evolves. What testing you need as you mature changes over time.
Yeah, interestingly, we've seen many teams when they talk about this or scale this out. Like a feature we for a long time dragged on building was more like manually labeling data in the UI, where then many teams like integrate languages with like label box or label studio to actually make this work, but then invest a significant time into syncing between the different tools. And now we have more like an annotation product within the UI. And this has been really popular among teams who want to feel confident about their evals, to basically task domain experts to actually label the data. And I think for conversational applications, usually there's like one person who would otherwise take the call, who really knows whether this is like a good flow. And yeah, we invested quite some time into this functionality, because then you can benchmark whether the evals actually work and build trust in them before scaling them out, making changes, and just looking at evals before merging to prod. So yeah, that's been like an interesting insight. Initially, like when you ask someone, they never want labeling. They always want like evals that just work, but then they never trust the evals. So labeling just helps to build confidence.
Yeah, that's something we've seen as well, is like how do you label and then use that to inform how well your metrics are correlating with human judgment is really interesting. I think it's really cool seeing how LangFuse is solving a lot of these problems kind of like from the ground up, and then COBOL is kind of solving them from top down. So I think super excited about the partnership of being able to integrate COBOL and LangFuse really seamlessly, because I think that will just be huge for both of our users.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it.
Awesome. Well, it was great to chat about tracing, observability, all things evaluation. Thanks so much for taking time.
Thanks, Brooke.
All right, see you, Mark.
That was cool. All right, I'm just gonna copy this to open ChatGPT, and then I'm closing. I don't want JavaScript. Or Java? No, yeah, I want Python. Want Python. Want Python. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Copy that. Where's the? I need to delete all these things. VAPI tests. All right. I'm tired for now. So gonna peace out. Hopefully, I'm more and far more energetic tomorrow. I mean, nobody's watching anyways, but just in case somebody does watch, hopefully I'm more energetic, and hopefully I don't forget that the audio that you people can't really hear the audio from my YouTube videos unless I share the tab. And